Good evening, folks. How are we all doing today? Right, well, we are back in the 41st millennium. In the dim, dark reaches of the far-flung future, there is only profit, apparently. So we're gonna go get some. We're gonna go get some profit. And apparently, we've got a level up to do. So we should probably look at doing that. Right. Let's have a look. How are we doing? Jerry, welcome in. Pilot guy. I am aware of the Muffin Man. I probably should have done my levels before I took a week off, really, shouldn't I? Right, let's have a look. Okay, what do we got? We have a talent and a skill. So our skill is probably going to be obvious. Ferengui? What the hell's a Ferengui? Noob streamer is noob. I had a job to do. Sadly, it's like 5 days between streams. Right. I think we're going commerce on that. I think we kind of decided we were hard focusing commerce. Wasn't carouse because Abelard's got that. Law we are the highest, but we've kind of been okay, so I don't want to raise that. And both of those we are super bonused on. You've been drinking, and you're not sure you ever knew the actual spelling anyway. I think you just missed it. Yeah, I think you just added a U in. I think that is right. You've just added a U in. Ferengui. Right. So, let's have a look. Do we have any new command abilities we can do? What are the martyrs? Whenever an ally uses heroic acts. Temporary wounds? No. Whenever an officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time, they gain 2 temp wounds. What the hell? Jenny, how was Minecraft? I was watching. I saw you play Minecraft. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you very much for the raid, Jenny. Hopefully you had a lovely, lovely time. And you were playing Minecraft. I did see. Hopefully you built lots of things or crafted lots of things, and that there was some mining involved. There is no crafting or mining in this, as far as I'm aware. This kind of feels like if there was a game that was the exact opposite of Minecraft, it might actually be this. Right, be vigilant. Orders an ally, gain a bonus to their weapon skill. Allies under the effect of officer's ability gain a bonus to their weapon skill. It's weapon, not ballistic, though. Voice of command, or bring it down for the first time in combat. This ability costs 1 AP less. That's a maybe. What's bring it down? I don't think we have bring it down, do we? Servant kills a target that the noble dealt damage to last turn. The noble gains 1 AP. The noble and the servant are adjacent to each other. Start of the noble's turn, they both gain temporary wounds. If a noble uses an ability on their servant, the servant gains +1 AP, does not stack with itself. That might be the better option here. Let's give each person just a little bit more to play with. I don't think it really helps. I think we're kind of capped on that by how much AP we can spend a turn, rather than, by them not having AP to spend stuff on. Oh, bring it down. Here we go. Grants an extra turn with 2 AP and no MP. Okay, right. So that would then... Which one was it? That one. How much does that cost? Doesn't say. Or we could say, to hell with it. What is this? Fire damage suffered by enemies currently immobilized or slowed. You are next. Servant is less than 30% maximum wounds. The noble can use you are next. Once more in battle. Designate a new servant. And oh yeah, that's switching servant. I really want that. If a high-world character has a melee superiority against the enemy, which we don't do. Bonus to dodge against the first attack of opportunity each round. It's only attack of opportunity, though. Resistance tests. Let's just go into all. Officer's talent targets an ally with an ability or an attack. That ally's resolve is increased by 1 until the end of the officer's turn. This affects stacks and is prolonged until the end of the officer's next turn each time it stacks. Oh, okay. So if I use it on turn 1, they gain +1 resolve. What's resolve? How long characters can fight in battle. It determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn or after killing an enemy. So that would just let us stack up more. Had fun. Was converting a trial chamber, basically a dungeon, into your base. Got most of the cosmetic stuff done. So now it's just a storage system. Nice. Using any fun mods, or are you going basic? Temporary wounds. I'm now at the point where I feel like my commander is kind of doing everything it needs to. Half the bonus generated by voice of command remains until the end of combat. This bonus does not stack with itself. Voice of command. Officer forces an ally to push. So that would give them characteristics by 7.5 for 15 for one round, 7.5 for the rest. All officer abilities can be applied to the target from any distance. Voice of command cannot be targeted for 2 rounds. So that's a maybe. Even though I can't find it anymore. Whenever the officer uses 2 officer archetype abilities that do not grant an extra turn in 1 round, the officer gains Stand Witness. The next officer archetype ability that does not grant an extra turn will also affect the officer. Okay, that's kind of cool. Whenever the officer makes an attack, they gain 5 Shale Fellowship until the end of combat. Really? Yeah, basically, it gives you a non-combat ability until the end of combat. That's not that good. Officer uses an ability that grants movement points to the target. The officer also gains half that number of movement. Ability action point. That ally also gains +1 to all characteristics for every action point gained until the end of combat. That's insane. I mean, that's kind of got to be it. Server 1 is vanilla, but your client has a bunch of client-side mods, like cosmetics and... Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. I always find myself wanting to play Minecraft, and then get about 2 sessions in and I'm like, I'm bored now. That's kind of cool as well, to be fair. Yeah, okay, I think... no respite. Because that's till the end of combat, it doesn't say it doesn't stack. So every time I use you take another turn on my Psyker, she just gains more and more stats. She just becomes unstoppable. Let's try and keep these 2 even, so Persuasion would be next. Right, that's a 1 of 5. Okay, you get a skill. This is movement and health for you, really. So we could get athletics. Or more carouse. I think more carouse. I think just having him not take negative effects while he's on the front line is probably wise. Epicenter of Slaughter was cool, but I don't think we want that yet. Area attack deal additional 3 damage for each enemy, so that stacks when he's in a group. That's a possibility. When the warrior uses a melee attack against a target, the warrior gains 17% armor against attacks made by that target. That's pretty reasonable. The damage dealt by charge is increased by 10 when the ability is used from 5 or more cells. Where parry is an attack, the next warrior archetype ability costs -1. A hit chance with ranged attack while the warrior against the warrior for every enemy in one cell around the warrior. So they can gain up to 30% dodge essentially, as long as he's in melee combat. If there are no enemies adjacent to the warrior's damage is increased by 8 for 1 melee attack. Okay. Charge and push enemies, the damage and range attacks made against affected enemies by 9% until the end of combat. Charge distance could be useful. In fact, I'm going to lock that one as a possible. What was the... What we should be doing? We should be adding these as favourites. I can't remember which was the first one we targeted. I mean, that's kind of tanky. That's cool. Charge and slash do not end the warrior's movement and grant 13% dodge for 1 round. Again, really good. No other character in the current party has the same archetype as the character, but we do, so that's no good. Real world character is affected by an ally's non-damaging ability, or no. All allies, excluding Xenos, in the current party gain +5 to the same characteristic as was chosen for his humanity's finest. I think was that, right? No. Okay. So, these are our favourites. Which is the one we've got selected at the moment. Ramming speed. That means his opening charge is just going to be a killer, so I think we get that one. Okay, this is for our Psyker, so we realistically want to be looking at our warp talents. These ones here. We got Aftershock and Pain Channeling, which are the good combo. Enemies that have taken damage from a Psyker at least once suffer a -20 penalty against Psyker. Yes, that's reasonable. Enemies that have failed a willpower test Against the Psyker will suffer an additional 6 direct damage every time they suffer mental damage. Maybe. Anytime an enemy becomes a target of a particular enemy Psyker ability for the first time, the enemy suffers a -5 penalty. No. I don't like stuff that's the first time. You know, like, oh yeah, you get this literally once per fight, and then it's done. Not a big fan of those kind of abilities. After every 6th use of the psychic power, all enemies gain stacking -5 penalty to all characteristics. Now, I am thinking that that's really good, because we tend to make our Psyker go twice each turn, and she does use usually 2 psychic powers a turn. So that's every 3 turns, all enemies gain a -5 to all characteristics. It's pretty good. I don't care about status debuffers. First time in combat that an ally becomes the target of the psychic powers, the ally gains weapon skill. No. Force weapons deal extra. Oops. Use of heroic acts by the Psyker decreases the veil degradation. Psyker is not in target's line of sight, or the Psyker is in cover. All resistant tests suffer -8. After triggering Psychic Phenomenon, or Perils of the Warp, for the first time each turn, the Psyker's next power costs -1. Whenever the Psyker uses a damaging power on targets that are 6 cells or further, they set up for an additional 3 damage. That's reasonable. Psyker's psychic powers that have a range of 2 cells or more have additional 5 cells. Jesus, that's insane. First psychic power that each turn increases the veil degradation by 2 points less. If this talent reduces the effect of the veil degradation to 0, it is instead reduced to 1. Psychic can cause damage using psychic powers while being threatened by enemies in melee without provoking attack of opportunity. Good, but not now. Every Perils of the Warp increase. No, that's failing. Whenever your Psychic deals damage, a random enemy within 2 cells from the initial target suffers half of this damage as well. This damage does not trigger this talent again. Critical hit chance is increased by 1 until the end of combat every time they deal damage by any means. That's really good. Longer the fight, the more likely I am to crit consistently. I kind of expected that to be, and then when you crit, it goes away. Additional armor against fire. All enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer 4 damage. Critical hit against 8. Enemies' armor reduced by 5%. If the armor is already 0, their deflection is reduced instead. Yes. Psyker is burning. All damage over time effects applied by the Psyker gain 10 critical. This chance is increased by all bonuses. Okay. Okay, so we got some reasonable ones there. I actually think melting armor might be good, but I think I'm going to take second sight now and just have her further back and doing damage. Oh, wait, we get a second? What's the difference here? There's less available, there's more available talents than there is common talents. I think we'll take melting armor as well then. Right. If anyone in my team was going to be replaced, it would be you, because so far you have been shite. Right, let's have a look. For each adjacent ally, does 11 more. Yeah, but lovely if you actually hit anything. Cover efficiency is increased by 10%. Deals damage, their critical is increased by 1%. Deals damage to 3 different enemies. You know what? I'm taking rapid reload because I think because that's been something that has hurt us in the past. Combat medic. Soldier's second attack in a turn deals 50% more damage for enemies that have not suffered damage. While at full wounds, soldier has plus 10 ballistic and more movement. That's possible. First hit each round of each ranged burst attack deals additional damage equal to the weapon's rate of fire. That's how we're doing our damage at the moment, so that's not bad. All the soldiers' area attacks gain 23% armor pen and ignore 3 deflection when used in close range. No. No. Soldier successfully dodges. 40% wounds. Critical. Minister and Priest gains 3% armor pen with chain. No, that's melee. Uses War Him or from 1 round. That's damage. It's accuracy I need. Base skill I need. Could get bolt weapon experts. Is more armor pen. Have her with heavy bolters. What does agility do? Dodge and melee stuff. We've already done ballistic skill. Weapon skill is melee, right? Yeah. Melee superiority. Shield bash. Burst grenade uses combat, but not spend AP and does not count towards the attack limit. Damn, alright. You might be getting that, my friend. I may take that later, but we don't need it. We haven't got a heavy weapon now. Has become secondary targets. Characters arc rifle, they do not suffer. Dodge. Whenever that's arc rifle, plasma. Character's first attack with a Weber. Movement. Not much for you, if I'm honest. Let's take muzzle velocity. And perception is awareness and dodge. Agility is not something we're that fussed about. Hydra's our awareness one, though. Is the number of wounds restored by med kits. Might put you into medic role, actually. That kind of makes sense. Right, Pascal, let's go. You also haven't been hitting much, but you're going to get 2 talents this turn. Expose weakness costs 0 AP is useful. Gives an exploit. The operative gains +1 damage and plus 2% armor pen until the end of combat. Only applies to the first strike or projectile in a burst of attacks. Reasonable. Expose weakness also reduces the enemy's toughness and willpower. Reasonable. If the operative attacks a target affected by exploit from a distance of 12 or further, deals more damage. No, because we've got close range weaponry. Perception bonus. Not fussed about that. The target has analyze enemies has 2 or more exploit. It suffers 1 additional exploit. That just stacks higher. Start of the operative turn, the enemy with the largest number of exploits receives an additional exploit. No, because that tends to just be the guy who has 10 gets nothing. Partial cover, their cover efficiency is decreased. Whenever the operative hits exposed weakness, an exploit and an exposed weakness, they lose 3 movement points and their damage is reduced by 10. Good for bosses. 2% hit. 2% hit chance and critical hit while attacking targets affected by hit. Yep, please. Exploit within 5 cells. Does not move this turn. They deal +2 damage with a single shot attack. An exploit even on enemies which are out of their line of sight. Again, useful. Stacking 10% bonus to hit, chance, and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. Successful critical hits from single target attacks increase the hit and dodge by 20%. Yum. First attack in combat with any plasma melter or power weapon deals extra damage. While wearing heavy armor, don't do that. First round gets more movement. Don't need no Skitari shit. Can you get base skill? I think probably we're going to end up with that, because we do need more ballistic skill on this guy. Now we're looking for stuff that affects arc weaponry. Oh, and Grenadier was a... yeah, maybe. If allies become secondary targets of this... yeah, okay, that's probably worth grabbing at some point. Hits with arc rifle. The radius of the area where additional targets are affected is increased by 1 to a minimum of 1. What's the calculation on that? Int bonus divided by 5. Worth it, but not now. Plasma, plasma, plasma. Residual charge. They gain 1 residual charge stack. When reaching 10 stacks, they immediately gain an additional attack with the arc rifle. Once the effect is triggered, these stacks are removed. Sure. Plasma. Weber. Targets hit by arc rifle must pass toughness or suffer 1 stack of arc shock. Ecodendrite is equipped with all kinds of tools. Tech use and demo. Tech use is good. Right, but I think for now, we just want that ballistic training to get you more accuracy. And then Grenadier. So we can just throw grenades willy-nilly. Right then. 30 minutes in, let's start playing. Well, it takes me 30 minutes to do my level ups. It's not fine. No, it's not bad. Right, so we are on... I can't remember the name of the planet. Something Minoris. Racor Minoris, something like that. We have entered here, cleared the entire map, broken up a warp ritual in there, which, when I tested it, brought us out into this map. We did quickly nip into the western side and have a look to see and met the Arbites, who were there with their mastiffs. And then we've come back to... nip downstairs. To see what else is here. What else is here? So, this is a new map. We haven't been here yet. Oh, apparently we have. Oh. Oh, okay. It was another way into where the ritual was. Okay, that's fine. Oh, there's nothing to do here then. I guess we just bugger off. I got 2 sets of fresh injuries. I should probably also actually get comfortable. There we go. So, for those who don't know, this is a classic isometric RPG set in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, out in the Segmentum Obscura, and taking place around the, well, revolving around myself, this character here, who is a rogue trader, someone... Camille! He's alive! He died in our last fight. Camille, what a legend. Yeah, a rogue trader who is someone who is charged with exploring the unknown parts of the universe and, how to put this, spreading the light of humanity is probably the best way to put it. They are here to go find new things, new places, new people. Jesus, you're running quick.
Let us not dawdle.
I am a officer, which means my primary abilities are to command other people. We have our first in command, Abelard, who is a warrior, specializing in melee. We have Argenta, a sister sororitas from the Sisters of Battle, who is a warrior gunner. Idria, who is my psyker. And we've just recruited Pascal, who is our tech priest. And also we have Private Camille Regis coming with us. He's supposed to be guiding us to the Governor's Palace. We got lots of traps. Our sister sororitas is also our demolitions expert. Jesus Christ, they don't want you getting in here, do they?
Never doubt me.
So we've not actually found... We've managed to spec her into a mode that we've not found a single trap she can fail to disarm. She's an absolute demo expert at the moment.
The Emperor favors me today.
Tech Priest also has really good demo. But not as good as Argenta. That's just sellables. They all go. Clearly oblivious to your presence, the soldier mutters incoherently and does not react to anything around him. I forgot we're going to need my glasses for this, aren't I? Oh, look, gameplay. There's no gameplay here. This is a spreadsheet simulator. Right. So, this looks to be a dead end, but our awareness has peaked. Oh, the blind mad people are the cultists, we think. Hello, Ancient Terran Monocle. The wearer's law of Imperial and Fellowship. The wearer's law Imperium depend on Fellowship instead of Intelligence and gain a +3 bonus. Okay. Oh, that's not inventory. Inventory's there. Right. Oh, it replaces our helmet, though. We like our helmet. Oh, actually, it's not as good. And that lets me have my cool hair. What about you? Does that replace your helmet? Why does the title say EVE Online? It doesn't. Oh, the title... Right, the title doesn't say EVE Online. Different spreadsheet simulator. Different one. Right. Ah, yeah, 'cause he's the only one who can wear that. And immunity to critical is really good for him, to be honest. You can't wear it. You can't wear it. Neither can you. So, realistically, we're the only people who can wear that. And we... What is our intelligence is down by 15, so 45. So it is useful for us. We do lose the armor, but it is... We're a sniper, so it doesn't really matter. That's my magic button to select everybody. Any shinies? So, at the moment, all we're doing is trying to make our way to the Governor's Palace. We're... We almost got shot down. Fight heresy, serve a higher purpose, safeguard humanity's domain. Oh, shit, okay. Yeah, coming over here. Let's
always keep my options open.
organize that. Some 10 people, children among them, are huddled together in fear. The elder family members are doing what they can to calm the young. Several armed insurgents are watching the frightened yet unharmed hostages, but the watchers themselves are looking around nervously. Rykad by Norris. I was close with the name. So basically, anything in blue is timeline related. Had I gone to a different planet first and then come here, they may have been injured, they may have been dead. This situation would change based on the priority I gave specific missions. So because we've come here early, we've now got a chance to save all of these. Come to your senses, Irold. Look what you're doing to your own family. A woman of about 60, grey-haired but still strong, is kneeling before a stocky man with a thick, pure white beard, stretching her arms towards him. Take pity on us. Let us go. Can't you see I'm trying to save you? The man clutches his weapon tightly. Only Aurora can help us. Why can't you understand that? Upon seeing you, the man points his weapon at you. The other insurgents do the same. Who are you and what do you want? No. Tell me who you are and what you're doing to these unfortunates. Are these people your family? What are you trying to save them from? Who's behind all this? Ah, shit, click wrong one. But all I wanted was to say, The man drops his weapon and cowers and covers his face in his hands in desperation. You hear several short sobs. The old woman raises from her knees and approaches her husband. I know you were trying to save us, but there's still a way to set things right. The old man gestures at the other insurgents who lower their weapons. Then he shifts his gaze to you, trying to hold back tears. What happens to us now? Your family may go, and so may you, but make sure we don't ever see you again, or your family will be taken care of. As for you, I condemn you to death. No, we've not played that kind of person yet, so let's go for that one. The hostages begin to leave, and as soon as the group disappears around one of the bends, the old man looks away from them and walks in the opposite direction. His shoulders shake with sobs every now and then. Oh, we avoided a fight. Got some EXP. Oh shit, they were stood on a freaking trap. What the hell?
Pay attention.
Oh! I thought we triggered that then. I thought we triggered that. Where's the off button? Hello. We'll get that in a minute. The cover was haphazardly assembled from whatever the rebels could find.
Is there money to be made?
So purple is pickups that weren't there, but you've spotted because of a high awareness. Hidden goodies. Oh. What's down here? Really? Nothing? Yeah, okay. So that was similar to where we went in the warehouse, but I think we can get there. It'll take us as close as it can, but I don't think we can get there. Yeah, no. Right. Is that an openable door? It is not. More sellables. Shame we not actually found anywhere we can sell yet. Command center. Seems like a reasonable place to go. We just level up again. God damn it. Reach the command. Oh, this is right. This is where the governor is. Don't want to be in here just yet. Well, folks, we've had one level up, yes. What about second level up? Okay, this is a choose a special ability. Finest hour. At this archetype rank, characters can enhance their archetype's heroic act and desperate measure. Target of Finest Hour gains additional bonuses. So my... Is it that one? Finest Hour. Yes. So basically, once per combat, when certain conditions are met, each of my people gets a special move. Mine is, you there, take another turn. Like, just go and get another free go, essentially. So as well as that, during the extra turn, the target deals 3 times the officer's fellowship bonus % damage. So my fellowship bonus is probably pretty good. Yeah, so that means my fellowship bonus is 5. So that gives us 15% damage until the end of combat. The target also gains the effect of Voice of Command, as well as someone else who would also have Voice of Command, or all negative effects are immediately removed. Until the end of the officer's next turn, the target cannot die. Its wounds cannot be reduced below 0. I'm thinking of taking that just to remove the negatives. Target gains temporary wounds. During the extra turn, all of their non-attacking abilities cost -1 AP. Let me just check something. Full AP and MP. So that's not as useful. I think we take that. All negative effects are immediately removed and they cannot die. I think that's worth it. Now, they're all going to be pretty much the same. So, his is... The warrior immediately restores all action points and movement points, gains 3 movement points until the end of the turn. They do not lose movement points when they attack, and there is no limit on the number of melee attacks you can make. So, adding to that... Also grants 10 additional movement points until the end of the turn, and you do not provoke attack of opportunity. I mean, that's probably going to be it, to be fair. Till the end of combat, warrior gains +4 movement for each time they kill, and they may use their movement after attacking. So that means it's not just for one turn. That's also really good. For 1 round, the warrior becomes the priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attack. No, because they tend to die. This turn, melee attacks deal an additional 2. So it's a toss-up between that. Either we have 1 turn where they can run around and murder everything, or until the end of the combat, they can run around and murder everything. And I think it's that one. Right, now yours, I can't remember what yours is. The operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on each enemy in combat, then makes a free attack against a target. This attack always hits. Until the end of combat, the target of this attack suffers a -30% penalty. Oh, that's my boss dismantler, isn't it? You get a second component of that one. Hacks? Okay. Target cannot move until the end of combat. The target's MP is reduced. I mean, if that works on bosses, that's insane. Also cripples the enemy, reducing their weapon and ballistic skill. Also intimidates all enemies within a 5 cell. That's useless. Target also provokes an attack of opportunity whenever it attacks. Oh, that's the only one I don't want. I think we take that. Having -30 weapon skill until the end of the entire combat means that whoever they're targeted just doesn't, they're not going to deal anywhere near as much damage. I think we take that. Tech use for you is useless. Logic is no good. We've already done awareness. Law of the Warp makes sense for you. We don't have anyone with Warp Law. Right. Okay, soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their rate of fire, using the weapon attack that normally costs at least 1 AP. The attack does not spend AP. Until the end of the soldier's turn, their first attack against a new enemy automatically scores a critical hit. The soldier immediately reloads their current weapon. Add to that, until the end of the soldier's turn, they gain 4 movement, and also do not spend, and their attacks do not get rid of their MP. Till the end of combat, their rate of fire is increased by 30%, which might be really good for her, because we are using her as our rapid fire. Till the end of combat, all the soldiers' attacks are 20% harder to dodge. That's only for melee. Till the end of combat, the soldiers' ranged attacks gain armor pen. I'd rather be, hit. Till the end of the soldier's turn, each of their area attacks deals additional damage equal to the number of attacked targets. I think we take that one. Let's give a rate of fire. And for yourself, you've also got dismantling because you're also an operative, which means... Doesn't say that doesn't stack. But I think what we'll do is we'll make you the other one so we can see how they go. And for you, we want logic. We don't really have anyone with logic. Cool. Right, let's clear out this map. Might tempted to change a keybind. But is that it? That is the entire map. Cool. I'm going to quickly change a keybind. What does R do, Romeo? Rotate combat tactics area. Eh? Don't know. What are my F keys doing? Change weapon slots and consumables. No, they're kind of useless. Let's have our abilities on. Oh, okay. I'd have to unbind all my F1s and everything. That's not worth it then. In which case, all I want is map. Map. Have that open with that as well. Thank you, so that I can quickly get to it. Dun dun dun. Right, okay, let's go and see Governor Fuckface. Guy who's been clearly shirking his duties. Formidable shells for large caliber weapons are being stored right in the command center. Jesus Christ, one good explosive hit and they're done. You're safe here, your ladyship. Safe out there, I'm a badass. Right, who have we got?
Let us not dawdle.
They're scrabbling around, digging into my skull from the inside. It's like nails dragging down these metal walls.
I have conducted a visual survey.
Cogitator looks a lot older and more worn than the ones next to it. However, it evidently has been well cared for. Numerous parts have been replaced. Not a single key is jammed. I like that they feel the need to point that out. And fresh seals with prayers to the Omnisire adorn its surface. One of the side panels has been removed. Bundles of gold-notched cables run from inside to a small data crypt that was connected only a short while ago. The screen reads awaiting access code. I'll just hack it. You've bypassed the security layers. The Cogitator is ready to reveal its secrets. Upon Logis Abel's orders, the archives of every single Augur station at Rykad Minoris and the 2 primary satellites of Rykad Star have been queried. Said satellites were named Magos Maraufit and Zephyria the Keen, after 2 great champions of faith, whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite's core after their shells perished. The purpose of the sacred computation requested by the Logis is to uncover the external influences behind the ongoing insurgency. Computation result: positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunctioned malfunction detected, suggesting that the ships moving across the system deliberately blinded the sacred augurs. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived at 2 Reichard Minoris cycles ago, early in the winter. The most recent one arrived a month ago. Logis Abel's conclusion. The insurrection on the planet had been a long time in the making. With the participation of external actors, it is alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in the Reichard system, the rumoured unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship movements can be attributed to weapon deliveries. But what is the nature of the activity near Reichard Filia? That's the prison colony. Governor Medea's attention must be drawn to. Final entry cuts off abruptly. Okay. The satellite Majos Marauf reports that a ship has translated into the system. Its signature is consistent with the records of the flagship of a rogue trader dynasty, House von Valancius. It me. The satellite Zafre the Keen reports that a ship drifting nearby has hurriedly sped away. The ship had sent an encrypted Vox transmission to the insurgent-controlled areas of the surface of Reichard Minoris. Another transmission was detected to planetoid Ricardiphilia. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilight. Their contents could not be decrypted. Brother Twilight, we believe, is someone who betrayed us. The entry contains planet-side coordinates marked Heavy Augur Station jamming, possibly a hidden insurgent base. Cool. Okay, well, we got some new information from that. Let's go and see Governor. The tall, dark-skinned man turns towards you and greets you in a curt military manner. Faisal Ricardi Ab Medina Afkaronus, Governor of this star system. Welcome to my temporary headquarters. The man's gaze falls on Abelard. The eyes narrow. Wersarian? Abelard nods dryly. My greetings. I'm not seeing the convoy I sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? If that is so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe. Convoy was ambushed. What a curious exchange of pleasantries. There's some kind of discord between you two. Convoy was ambushed. There were no survivors except Ragius. I must commend his extraordinary loyalty. Only one good soldier in a whole convoy. Pathetic. Head to the barracks private and await new orders. I'm gonna murder this guy. Your Ladyship, before we proceed with discussing the matters at hand, there is a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was the head of House von Valancius. I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you are now the rogue trader? I should be the one asking the questions. You are nothing to me, only a petty governor. The governor frowns, and a deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue trader von Valancius, slain? Unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences, your ladyship. Do not hesitate to let me know how I may be of help. I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack on the ship, and I need material compensation. Profit! The governor bows his head in acceptance. Of course, your ladyship. You will be compensated for any losses, and I'll see to it personally that your ship's holds are filled with the finest goods of my personal reserves. Good. Excellent. Your ladyship, a rogue trader has no use for leniency. I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do so until we've dealt with the insurgency on the planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. The rabble will soon be duly pushed from their heretical scheming. No additional rewards or... Okay. Officer Sergeant Malar and his soldiers valiantly defended the starport. My kinsman has betrayed our dynasty in the Imperium. If he's hiding in system, I want him handed over to me. Voigtgear is a traitor. Why, any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within our jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, we have a cogitator here at the command center already been made. It's connected to a data crypt from Los Abel's Sanctum. It's aggregated all the Lex Mechanics reports Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something about his movements. At hazard, he fled from you on a ship, not on a pair of wings. Yep, we already know that much. I will commend the Starport defenders because they were good. Sergeant who managed to impress a person of such noble standing will be recommended for decoration. And then I want to know about the interrogator. I do. Master von Kalox has left it for the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium. It's an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity. But I suppose that's too petty a problem for an agent of the most holy Inquisition. Besides, I have already sent a small detachment to reinforce him. Cool. The weapon the insurgents were using to shoot down shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master von Kalx, you should go to the cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Notes of anxiety creep into the voice that rattles from Pascal's vox. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Majos Hauneman, am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretic hands. According to the Catechisms of Maintenance and Operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against lay people and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained Majos should provide his assistance. I categorically object. As much as I respect the safety of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended to by the Omnisci's servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in the same monastery. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense force. Good fucking luck. Not a chance are you taking my tech priest from me. He is part of my retinue. You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no... Are you going to put his ass down? The governor's voice dies down in a low growl of drilling mechadendrite. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of his nose. He clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly. So this is the negotiation technique you have resorted to. You think this is the first time I have been threatened by weapons? No, but it could be your last. Pascal's voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implements, steady and calm, but ready to explode at a moment's notice with the crunching of bone and the squelching of tearing flesh. I am heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear? He mutters through gritted teeth. Abundantly so, Majos. Why are you so determined to get the monastery? Oh, okay. He's a tech priest. He's not going to explain, even if I ask him. Thank you for your cooperation, your ladyship. The drill stops. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Majos Hanneman, officially undertake to accompany you in the Rykad system in the role of bodyguard and to protect you at all costs until your life functions cease, but only within the limits of the Rykad system. Reasonable? You're Hanneman. Glad you're alive. The governor raises his eyebrow and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. Okay. What has perplexed you? According to reports we received, Logis Abel Hanneman set off for the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium a short while before it was stormed. Glad to find out you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master von Kalox. My name is Pascal Hanneman, not Abel. I know nothing about such a person. Why did he fly the monastery? When a Logis of Adeptus Mechanicus wants to go somewhere, we don't ask why, your lady. What do you know about him? Never met him in person. The esteemed Logis supervised the work of Rykad Minoris Lex Mechanic for many years. However, he rarely left his cyber chapel, and I never had the honor of making his acquaintance. A true Anchorite. The Governor Medina, I intend to gather further information on the person calling himself Abel Hanneman. I do not exclude the possibility of it being an alias of my mentor, the Archmagos Armanat. I would have suggested that you inspect the esteemed Logus' sanctum, but it was destroyed by the rebels. We recovered several data crypts and connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you with some information. You're so confident. Impression has been the opposite. Is that so? I'd like to hear your reasoning. Insurgents managed to steal a Voxcaster. Not much, but it's something. I will order an audit of our equipment and see to it that communication channels are more closely monitored going forward. However, it was only an accidental success of an otherwise disorganized mob of heretics, who have no understanding of the act of war. I've heard news about these lenses. What makes you think they're enchanted? Any fool can light a fire with a magnifying glass. That's no sorcery. Here's another superstition. Surely you don't expect me to believe it. Okay, you're an idiot. I'm out of here. Screw you. You're an absolute moron. Oh yeah, by the way, this guy wants to arrest you, and I'm not going to stop him. So... Adeptus Arbites is assuming command of this outpost. The arbitrator marches forward relentlessly and halts one step from the governor, looking down on him. Governor Bedina, in the name of the Lex Imperialis, I, Proctor Solomon Anfar, arrest you on suspicion of involvement in the theft of the shipment of the Imperial Tithe. Taking into account the state of emergency on this planet, I will permit you to retain your authority under my direct supervision. From this time forth, you will give the Adeptus Arbites your full cooperation, in particular by transferring command of the strike groups and other resources to me. Deathly Pale proudly raises his chin. Arrest me, transfer my resources. Your demands undermine my efforts to suppress this rebellion. Excuse me, Proctor, but this accusation of stealing the tithe is simply... He stops talking under the Arbiter's oppressive, merciless gaze. Denying guilt only adds to the suspicion against you, Governor. Now let us go over everything one more time. The tithe was stolen from your world. You are culpable for this incident, whether you were personally involved or not. You will provide the resources I have requested without objection, as this measure serves to re-establish control over the planet. Comply, or I will consider your refusal an obstruction of the investigation and take steps accordingly. Seems I am left with no other option than to obey your will. As his law-abiding servant, I honour the word of the Lex Imperialis. Unless her ladyship has anything to say in this matter? Yeah, no, I'm siding with the guy with the metal dog, if I'm honest, mate. He's been nice to me. You've been a dick. Governor puts his hands behind his back, either to appear more confident or to hide a tremor in his fingers. In that case, please accommodate yourself, Proctor. But before I give you my access codes, I must give a protected, self-exonerating statement. There's no need. All information required of you will be obtained during questioning, without witnesses. But I will be your personal guard or the rogue trader. Just you, me, and Glato. The Cybermastiff lets out a heavy growl that sends a shiver down your spine. I wish you luck in your investigations. Crack on. The guy was a dick. He's let war come to this planet. I'm all for him being arrested. Right. So, how do we get off planet, I guess is the question. Oh, got a little dialogue log. Well, that answers that question. We return to Void Ship. Vox Magister Regis. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks complaining about an anomalous behavior in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious. and no tech litany or ritual of pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. The tech priests can deal with the vessel's systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze as if in trance. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in the cogitator's calculations, or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ships being cursed or possessed. Oh, don't start, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering. Folk have grown used to all that. So our resident ghost has decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. The technomats inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger. According to the servants of the Omnissiah, such behavior is caused either by echoes in the minds not completely eliminated by the manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's tasks considerably more difficult. The High Factorum Yanris Donrock would like to discuss how he could deal with the defective property. He is awaiting you in your audience chamber on the bridge. Okay, how do I get there? So we've got a couple of different things. I'm guessing... Oh, shit, no. I'm guessing that's the... I'm guessing that's the ship that we need to chase down. Oh, we can upgrade shit. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know I could do that. Right. Right, let's go and deal with Vigdis then. Contact me. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Sure, okay. Just the crew with a rousing speech, and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of this vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant shouts of approval. That's it. That's all I wanted. I thought it was someone else, if I'm honest. Argenta.
Greetings.
No, you've got nothing new.
Lord Captain.
You've also got nothing new. Ah, there you are. You're the one I'm looking for. The corpulent man. Oh, this is that dickhead, isn't it? Yeah, it's prickety prick. The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulder while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding. And he regards you with an attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your ladyship. At your service. Right, oh, you've got lots of stuff. Problem with the servitors. You see, your ladyship, the ship's servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocol, interrupt their tasks, observe crew members for long periods of time, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose. Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of these servitors myself, but I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. Fair. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, that can be arranged. The majority of the defective units have been delivered to one of the storage compartments. Pascal Hanneman expressed the desire to be present during the inspection, should it be carried out. I suppose the expertise of an esteemed Magos may come in handy. I will take a look. As you wish, your ladyship. Would you like the Engineer Prime to accompany you? Yes. As your ladyship commands. Okay. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. When her ladyship arrived at the scene, she found the servitors in the same position that they assumed after they had been corralled in the bay, all standing in a long, spiraling line and facing the center of their strange formation. The moment her ladyship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion, all as one, as if obeying a command. The servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The technomast tasked with overseeing the defective units even reached for their weapons, but then the servitors went still just as abruptly, staring at her ladyship with vacant eyes. All present held their breath, disturbed by the sight. They waited for the Lord Captain to speak. Her ladyship Althea von Valentius gestured to her Engineer Prime to study the servitors. The Engineer Prime slowly waded into the motionless rank of servitors, peering into their faces and checking the readings. There was no haste in Pascal's actions. With mesmerizing diligence, he inspected every single unit in his path, and Binaric prayers were companions of his investigation. The examination confirmed the Technomat's initial hypothesis. The servitors' souls, or rather the souls of the people they once were, had awakened. Not yet fully conscious of their past and present, these half-machines could nevertheless feel primitive emotions and sensations such as fear and pain. This undesirable consequence of shoddily performed lobotomy is most rarely observed, and yet for some reason it had occurred in every single one of these servitors. All present held their breath, disturbed by the sight. I'm going to walk towards them. I want to see what happens. Immediately, the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped towards the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked her movements with frightening precision. The rogue trader halted in place and, after a moment's thought, waved her hand. The servitors just as synchronously repeated that gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the technomats, so did the servants, as if mocking her. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it to an incline of the head, a wave of the hand, or a step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation. Like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer, we observed this mine unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute until the servitors finally came to a stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the rogue trader approached with confidence. As High Factorum, it was I who had prompted that entire inspection, and thus it was my duty to follow the captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. Their bulging veins were pulsing under the copper collars inscribed with their past offences. It was as if those mindless half-machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. Visibly shaken technomats behind us proposed that the human souls had awakened within the servitors' bodies after a long slumber deep within their lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. I really hope this is leading towards me getting a servo gunner. That would be awesome. Or even a melee one would be great. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly and that no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. Her gaze still trained on the motionless but animate half machines and half people, the Lord Captain stepped away from the servitors. The Technomat's long-winded and detailed report could have been summarized by a single key point. Despite the servitors' abnormal behavior, they were still capable of carrying out tasks, and therefore the circumstance did not call for their termination. That's the same one. I mean, there's hundreds of them. I'm going to dismantle one. Group of technomats hurried and acted upon Lord Captain's command. The servitor's mechanical parts separated with clicks, snaps, and hisses. The sutures between its wrinkled, pale flesh and its augments were laid disgustingly bare. We watched the technomats do their work and could see every centimetre of the servitor's stiff muscles abounding with valves and cavities pierced by countless cords and tubes. The disassembly and analysis complete, the technomats concurred. This unit was in working order. Nothing in the dissected body that lay before us could provide any insight into the reason behind the defect. I should make note that one more thing. At the moment, all of us present discovered that not just the eyes, but the hands and heads of some of the servitors were now shaking too. It was as if the mechanized servants were overcome with primordial terror. It's the thing in my head. It's the thing in my head that's causing it. I will announce my decision. Her ladyship looked at me with unwavering resolve, and it was that confidence that wrenched me out of the nightmarish stupor that had me tensely observing the scene unfolding before me. The Lord Captain gave the order. Okay. We've been iconoclast so far. Dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from their torment. Or we could go dogmatic. Send the servitors back to toil as they had toiled before. For they had not yet paid their dues for the crimes of their past lives, and thus did not deserve clemency. We don't get a heresy option. Orders to destroy the servitors for what was happening to them could spell horrific heresy. Leave the servitors to their work. For there was nothing in their behaviour that the Lord Captain found alarming. I wonder. Appointing iconoclast would be nice, but I don't think that's the right option here. I think I'm going to let him work. Once the Lord Captain's on the Lord Captain's orders, the servitors were returned to the same decks where they had worked before. The crew was initially unnerved by the presence, but adapted to their quirks soon enough, especially since, following the incident in question, there was a notable reduction in the servitors' strange behaviour. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from her mission. Okay. Very strange, but not really important. I'd love a combat server. That'd be great. Right. I suppose head back down then. So, we've still got a mission here, which I think we should be doing. So we can drop at the bunker, which is where we left from. We can drop at the starport, which is where we started from. But we need to head here. The electrodynamic cordium. Oh, he's got to come with us. Okay. The electrodynamic cenobium. Cenobium's a good word. I like that word. Right. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab a quick drink. You should do the same. Dum, 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 dum. Nice cup of tea. Right. We'll cover the landing area, your ladyship. Glory to the Von Valancius household. Okay, right. Let's have a look at the map first of all. So straight away we've got something down here we need to go grab. Because they're shinies. Ooh, our first possible fail. Did open it successfully. Right, that gives us some good stuff, actually. Yes, more med kits and more grenades. I approve of that. Law Imperium, that's for me. Pieces of molten at the edges, and the statue was likely blasted by a barrage from multi-laser turret, the type found on landing force shuttles. Judging by the dead people's equipment, they were the same weapons the wardens the governor sent to the minister's aid. Lay people unworthy of entering the hallowed cenobium humbly said their prayers next to this computational altar. Okay.
I always keep my options open.
Always keep my options open. Little pig, let me in. Characters can only attack targets which are visible to them. That's not true. Mostly true. They can only designate targets that are visible. AoE means ha ha ha. Heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. They never had time to reach for their weapons. Okay.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our nospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
A mercifully quick electric
As far
shock.
as I am aware, the monastery supplies power to several major hive cities on Ryken. Hidden somewhere in the depths of this building is a reactor of monstrous, unfathomable power.
Yeah, no, that tracks if it's a power plant for a hive city. Mercifully quick electric shock was not what killed the cultist. His face is contorted as if he pain and torture. Good. Oh, hang on, I've just got jam all over my hand. Ugh. Now gone really sticky. Stupid jam sandwich. Right. Okay, let's try left
Rise
first.
to the top, or get left in the dust.
There are no wounds on the heretic's body, but his face is contorted in terror and his eyes are bloodshot with ruptured vessels. Sneaky, sneaky. What is that? Machine rights set. They're good for extra tech usage if we need it. I want to go in there. No. No, we need to turn that off before we go anywhere near that. I might be able to bait them into it, but I'm not risking running through that myself. On the maladies of machine spirits and the ways of diagnostic divination. Hello, secret door. A mummified electro-priest. A tech priest's body rests in the metal table, surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. A patina of scarred unguents covers his... sacred unguents covers his writhing, withered flesh. His augmetics have been polished with great care. Intricate electus cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wire envelop his head. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of a mechadendrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of fabricated general Ecorus Maxim. Death does not end the service of spirit driven. Examine the body. The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. The ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming, his mind enveloped in digital reverie. Can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while the frail body is decaying. This sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious of the machine god's servants. Next to the table the body's resting on, you see a small amulet crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There is no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The vox in the ceiling comes alive with and lets forth a solemn barbaric aria that turns into a cackling, somnolent voice. In this dark hour, I am ready to bring you good tidings, tech brethren. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. Oh, I can't remember my galvanic hymns. Doesn't really matter, because we've got tech use. The second galvanic hymn is a revered and miraculous prayer of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Naturally, you know it well. Stick to ordering your corpse, monk about corpse. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric and the Omnissiah who lights the spark of reason within us. And let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds towards his light. Let it be so indeed. The monastery is under attack. Can you help? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily, for it is said that the fourth article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have seditious designs on the relic, but should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? I'm not a member of your priesthood, but you and I are of the same faith. Or would you prefer to wait until they get their dirty hands inside your sacred reactor? You have any idea what they will do to it? Yeah. The relic, the mere thought of its desecration is blasphemy. The mere chance of it is sacrilege. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Dry crackling sounds come from inside the crypt's walls as awakened cogitators process the ancient tech priest's command. Nice. So, because that was behind a purple door, like that, because the outline was purple when it first showed up, that is an entirely hidden objective that you're not necessarily going to find. Modified tech priest rests on the table, enveloped in wires, so I guess that's just another of the same.
Is there money to be made?
As in 2 chances to find the same outcome. Were your perception check to fail on the first one? It's in the back, some kind of electric weapon. Oh shit, electro priests. You shall be purified by the motive force. No, I'm protected from the motive force. It's fine. In the motive force, we drink on a weekend. It's great. Shit. Right. Oh, you've been ambushed. I can't even move. Shit. This is going to stink. That does 3 to 6. That does more.
I'll do it.
Oh,
Stop mocking me.
Blessing of special access has been provided. Yeah, I know. Had to be done. Oh shit, they're curing each other. That's less than perfect. You. Serve me. Stat boost and take another action. Exploit him even further. And then ignite that motherfucker. Big chance of hitting them if I do that.
I won't stand for it.
That's fine. Right. This can't hurt them, can it? They're electro-tapped. Embrace the machine. Creature is immune to fatigue, disturbed, perplexed, and staggered. Shock healing. Creature restores 10 wounds each time they suffer shock damage. So this arc isn't going to work. Random melee weapon. Light armor plan. No major issue there. Sweet. Sweet. Don't need to cure. Ah, shit, that was shock damage. Damn it! Oh, you all done fucked up now. You, come from me.
My ears are ringing.
Nice. Right. %80 chance you missed both. God, gunners in this are suckiest of suck. Right. So, first things first. Exploit you. Reduce your armor. Burn you the fuck alive. Grant increased dodge rate to you. Ah, shit. Perils of the warp. We're fine. Blood, have another go. 100% chance to guarantee, not guarantee, 100% chance to kill that one.
I took care of this one. Victory is imminent.
Give yourself another go. And then with the sniper rifle, sit down. Okay. Ambush dealt with. The warning was there. It literally said, was shot in the back. They have no loot. Wow. That sucks. Especially since technically, those were the good guys.
Always have a backup plan.
Tech Priest, open that for me. Get me some free shit. Cogitator's screen, green screen lights up as you approach it and displays a flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first Galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing this canticle to... It's gotta be that one, right? Verse 2 calls to you, Pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with gratitude towards... I don't know. I don't know. Verse 2. Contacts whose touch conducteth the current. Now finish this prayer, Pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charges, power, faultless soul, that the current washeth over. No, it's not going to be that. Mortal bodies, no. Immortal reason that hath created the spark. Only one who has learned the path of the cenobium is worthy of its gifts. Walk the path of the enlightened, absorb the age-old wisdom, and sing with me again. Damn, okay, failed it. Not sure where, but... I mean, logically, he would just know it, right? Kindly remind me of how the hymn goes. It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants of the shrines of energetic propensity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn. Emperor help us all. The esteemed Magos has been caught out not knowing the prayer, and now he's floundering like a cadet in an exam. Never thought I'd see the day. Right. Okay, well, we need to find a little bit of information first, then. Motive force field sealed a passage, threatening to incinerate anyone who touches it. But we've been protected by the dude, right? Oh yeah, they're just going round. They're just like, nope, we're going the other way. Fuck you. Some damage at least. I go to there. Only charge to there.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Oh, someone who can actually parry me.
Reduced to dust.
Only once, though.
Death to the weak.
Hello, Mr. Man. You are now my servant. Have some free stats. And an extra go. Sit down.
Follow my lead. My faith strengthens me.
Miss me.
Break their morale.
Ow. Well done. Actually hit me. Right. Don't think there's really any reason for anyone here to be taking a turn, really. She can hit them because you're in the way.
Death to non-believers.
Oh, thank you. Right, I need to move there and then attack. No. To move there and then attack. While it's turned off, we'll get you through there. Oh, they go in sequence. Right, okay. Wasn't expecting much there. Yeah, have some free stats. Oh, I kind of expected there to be something there. Right, okay. Never mind. I bring lightning. Right, you. Get cursed. Ah.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Hey, look, I've increased range. Fucketh you. It also hit this guy. Right. Reduce your stats. Give you better dodge chance. No way you hit that, but we'll take the shot. You.
At your beck and
I'm your target. The hell did you hit? I thought he was the... I thought he was my target. I think they could be too far. Damn.
Request approved.
Ooh, just not for the kill. You're stood right in the electric there, love. Ooh, good shot.
tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Murder. Ow. Uh, 44% chance to hit. Ooh, what a shot. Exploit. It's only in close range, isn't it? Yeah. Just stay in cover now. Hey guy. Burn. Right. Okay, who's in the middle of the electric storm at the moment? You. Grab that for me. Okay, right. Everybody wait. Formation. Gather. We only use that in combat? I guess that kind of makes sense. That on yourself. That is a sniper rifle that is identical to mine. So that can get sent across. Nothing there. Fine. A little shock. Or identical. Okay, I kind of expected this to be the way to go. Ooh, a plasma pistol. First time we've seen one of those.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
What? Magnitude of symbols carved into the enormous, I realize you are the fundamental tenets of Electro Priest religion. Standing out amongst them is the triumph of reason over all other facets of human nature. Okay. Reason. Reason is part of the code word.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Oh, you made it as well. Okay. I thought that had ended. Or would end by the time I got there, rather. The dead heretics are suspiciously different from the other. The symbols on their clothes are drawn wrongly, and standard issue military uniforms show through the blasphemous tatters.
The machine god grants me insight.
More grenades and heals. What is careless? Cultists thoroughly feel the arc of the motive force.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, I'm wondering why I'm not standing in the right place. I'm in the wrong formation. A crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing an unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally as the forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling, in the clenched claws of stagnation, in the shackles of iteration zero, under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I am registering a severe violation of purity protocol. The blessed Amonat has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Yeah, look around a bit. Then let's kill them all. My analysis of the situation indicates the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy. In an open confrontation, the blessed Amonat may be randomly or deliberately harmed by fire. I have an alternate proposal to direct engagement. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them, and thus cleansing the hall of heretics. The lightning discharges have charred the cultists' corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes covered in blood of innocence are crudely painted over with the emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of sour decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothes adorned with the unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step towards falling, a small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, rogue trader? It helps to save a worthy man. I will put on this cultist's robes. I pray that the Omnissiah gives the blessed Amonat enough fortitude. Time passes 5 minutes. The heretic's garb clings to your skin like a greedy leech. Tingling and foul fever spreads over your body, as though these tatters have imbibed the vile contents of their former wearers' souls. Right, let's get cracking on it. We need to be on with this. And thrown. Free shit. Safety system control altar. The altar is adorned with gilded skulls. Threads of metal that used to be electus are fused onto the bone. Once majestic, the altar has now been desecrated with blasphemous images of blue-green suns. Some of its levers and buttons have been pried from their sockets, but the mechanism still glorifies the Omnissiah with its operation. Identify that this is the safety control altar. For our diversion to succeed, this blessed machine must be executed, and may its spirit forgive us. Break it with brute force. No, use the proper rights. Pascal offers a short binaric prayer, then enters command after command to set up a trap for the machine spirit inhibiting the altar. The code born out of the tech priest's tinkering causes the spirit to flutter confusedly in a snare of impossible commands. Heat up the altar's circuit board and perish forever in the shower of sparks that burst forth from the melting wires. May we be granted the Omnissiah's forgiveness for this act. I am registering a general shutdown of all systems. Okay. I just grab that from down here, apparently. A grim-looking heretic walks up to you resolutely, blocking your path as he studies your disguise with suspicion. You note that his left eye has 2 conjoined irises, while his right eye has 4. I don't know you. Who are you? Why haven't I met you before? I don't really want to do warp lore. I don't know you either. You know? What's with all the questions? Are you the governor's spy? The cultist is taken aback and staggers backward a little. Fear flashes in his mutated eyes. Ah, to the abyss with you. Go on your merry way, sister. Is there something else I need to do here? Before engaging in Lecton? Yes. Heavy crown of golden neural augmetics rests upon the servitor's head. The crown is bent and broken from ruthless gun-butt blows. The pale body is covered in blasphemous inscriptions carved into the withered flesh. I identify this acolyte as a distribution servitor. I am registering upon it traces of sacrilegious violation in the rites of operation. The probability of its responsiveness to commands is below average. Tech use! For the glory of the Omnissiah, let this machine spirit sleep, that it may awaken and serve again, literally off and back on again. Pascal gently touches the servitor's crown, deactivating one of its segments. Let our neural connection circuit be plunged into darkness. Another touch, and several lights on the crown go out. Let the command response hub fall silent. Pascal switches to binaric speech, accompanying his every action with a line from a sacred hymn. It is amazing how the reverent awe in the tech priest's voice can be discerned even through his rattling vox. Suddenly, every light on the servitor's crown comes alive. A shower of sparks bursts from the augmetics in the server's brow, and several black, ash-tinted tears run from its empty eye sockets, ready to serve. Energize the hall's power units to maximum. It will be done. Okay. Tech Priest's corpse, his throat slit, sits upon the splendid command throne, laced with finery wrought motive horse paths. A contorted expression of righteous anger is frozen on his face. A black blindfold covers his eyes. This is the Luminadacian's command throne. This is where the power unit, actuation, and shutdown litanies are recited from. The blessed Luminodecans himself has the honor of closing the circuit closing the circuit the motive force throws through. Sit in the command throne and recite the litany of actuation. I am about to be greatly honored, or else thoroughly charred. Maybe both. As soon as you lay your hands on the command throne's panels, a painful sting of electricity numbs your senses for an instant. Your fingers cramp and your vision grows dim. Pain is visible in the Tech Priest's eyes as he looks upon the sacrilege. Forgive us, Omnissiah, for such a gross violation of the right of operation. Repeat the litany after me and activate the command runes I point out. I'll take 2 damage. Clinging on to the blazing shreds of your fading consciousness, you repeat the words of the litany after Pascal and touch the command runes as the unabating lightning rips through your muscles and makes your bones crackle. I am recording a successful activation of the power units. And now they all did. Right. It's time to go looting. Holy hell. Did anybody need a Ratobi pattern lasgun? Does anybody actually have lasguns equipped? I don't believe any of us do. You might have one on your back end. No. No. You've got a shotgun. No, I think we're fine. I think we're fine with that. Anyone else got something for me? One over here. Heavy armor proficiency, casing chest plate. That is a 40% armor, same dodge penalty, 30% damage resistance. That is worth taking.
Keep your wits about you.
Nothing interesting there. Nor there. Okay, well, let's have a look at our levels then. What are we getting this time? Choose a skill. Commerce, Persuasion, Carouse. Don't need that. Coercion 85, Persuasion 80, Commerce 75. Oh, we are, apart from Carouse, we're actually good on everything here. Get that one. And choose a characteristic to boost. Fellowship is ours. You get a new skill. Charge distance by 3. Charge and slash don't end the warrior's movement. And we want weapon skill or toughness. Probably toughness. Right, for yourself, we can either go Warp Law. We go Warp Law. And Intelligence, I believe, is yours, right? Oh, Willpower, sorry. Let's let you reposition a little more. I guess perception, give us more chances of finding stuff. And for yourself, we want logic. Yep. And intelligence. Right, nice easy level.
I will lead us to fortune.
In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. The tech priest's body convulses. Pained, plaintive creaks of binaric prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Amanat. Stranger, I require your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Let's take him down. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, "Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive in the darkness. I heard their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn. Contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden." A blast of motive force runs down the tech priest's body and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. Malformed binary code, repulsively jarring into the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password of the electro priest's hiding place. Pascal responds with the dour rhythms of containment aria. I note with great sorrow that the cultist ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of schismatical and unholy imitation of a machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the Texacism protocol. A schematical and ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of motive force falls under the archenemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort, one whose very existence is an insult to the Omnissiah's wisdom. I shall help save him. The possessed man responds with a burst of repulsive laughter. Every now and then, a word or two of Gothic finds its way into the binaric obscenities pouring from his vox, in what seem to be the schismatical's tentative forays into a language that is alien to it. His body convulses, his joints twist in unnatural angles, and the sound of bursting steel couplings. As the possessed man thrashes about, his internal augmetics emerge gradually through the hanging tatters of his flesh, as though an iron homunculus hidden inside the tech priest were trying to cast off the meat cocoon that is no longer needed. Pascal's mechadendrites extend a thin drilling needle. Sacred unguent glistens on it. A code purification aria is heard as the needle sinks into the possessed tech priest's skull and touches his neural augmetic, forming an electric circuit within it. Extreme strain is visible on his face. Furious litanies pour out of his vox. Result, failure. Request assistant. I'm a tech user, so let's do that. Undaunted, you grab one of the severed cables and press it to the tech priest's body as a shock of formidable power shakes the possessed man. Machine oil gushes from his mouth. His vox hisses deafeningly, as the flow of the motive force burns the corruption in his sacred iron. The overload destroys some of the circuit board of his neural augmetic and resets its code, and erases the schismatical from existence. The tech priest's eyes roll up, and he loses consciousness, crushed yet still alive and no longer in the thrall of corruption. With the utmost care, Pascal takes his body down from the mechanism and lays it on the floor. His stirring litanies of gratitude to the Omnissiah echo through the hall. Ooh. Rest, Tech Brother. We will come back for you when we have done our duty to the miraculous fusion reactor. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive towards uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your Richune as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Oh, we already agreed to that, mate. None of that shit needed. Right, has this one closed out yet?
Darkness lurks beyond the bright flashes. No, two darknesses. One streaked with red, with clanking shackles and false preaching. The other a bilious yellow, the tang of roiling blood and screams of pain.
You're always such fun to be around. Right. So, what do we know? I'm sure it's that one. This one I'm not sure. I'm going with that one again. Nope. I guess we need to find it then. Yo, dude, can you help me with the password for this machine? Junction often marked with symbols of the key that appears to connect two lines. Oh.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last Electro Priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the Corpse Emperor!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
Hi, interrogator. A tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. A supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with the gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A force sword and a vox hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Dun dun dun. Seneschal, isn't this chap we're supposed to find for the Lord Inquisitor? Interrogator Calyx, I presume. Kneel and repent your heresy before a rogue traitor, filthy sorcerer. No, that's definitely the wrong way to go with that one.
Yes. Well, since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrix van Kellogg's of the Imperial Inquisition.
Henry Kellogg's. Gotcha.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Order Xenos, what are you doing here?
Shadow. A great big sun-eclipsing, chain-weaving shadow. I can see the threads, myriads of them extending toward us all, and all of them creeping off toward him like snakes, shrouding us in poison. My, oh my, do I sense trouble, and it's right in my throat. It itches.
No, it's pronounced hello.
A psyker. Interesting. Are you sanctioned?
Don't you Inquisition me! I'm under the Rogue Trader's protection.
I mean, fuck all to an Inquisitor, love. That you're talking to one of the few people in the galaxy who genuinely can command me. Idris' predictions are seldom wrong. I will be watching you. Talks all kind of nonsense. She's under my protection.
Your retinue, you say? Then let's go back to my previous question. With whom do I have the honor of speaking? Von Valancius. To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
There has indeed. She did. I see you take no end of pleasure in your job. Theodore is dead.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of Rogue Trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I'm here to collect you. I am under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You're addressing a rogue trader.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the Final Dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted Final Dawn.
Yeah, that tracks.
Blasphemous insanity.
Wretched planet's troubles are none of my concern. I'm taking you to the ship. Well, let's just go for it. We kind of know everything else.
Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Cool. Right. Ooh, we've got a couple of levels for you, sir. So you are a warrior. You took what? Rigorous training. Warrior becomes incredibly deft. Charge and slash do not end their turn. Cool. But you also have warp powers. Each level of Psi rating provides a psychic access to new psychic powers. It also strengthens damaging psychic powers. First round of every combat, all psychic powers of the biomancy discipline. Ooh. All the psychic attacks, including attacking psychic powers, now poison enemies. Deals 3 toxic damage at the start of each enemy turn. Oh, yeah, if I can have a poisoner, sure. When an enemy adjacent to an ally dies, that ally gains a stacking corpus conversion effect. If multiple allies are adjacent to the dead, one is selecting at random. The Psyker's next psychic power that targets only the target with corpus conversion will work as if the Psyker's psi rating is 2 higher. Will not degrade the veil, and will not trigger psychic phenomenon or perils of the warp. It will also remove 1 stack of corpus. Shit, alright. Every time a Psyker deals damage, they gain 1 stack of Sanguine Siphon. If that damage was dealt to a target adjacent to the Psyker, they gain 2 stacks instead. When the Psyker suffers lethal damage, the stacks of Sanguine Siphon are removed to reduce this damage by 1 for each stack, until either all stacks are removed, or the damage is no longer lethal. You fucking kidding me? This guy's a nutcase. Yes, all humans so far. When the Psyker's allies or the Psyker themselves are under the effect of a psychic power, they gain 5 toughness. Okay, well that... Let's heal... Sorry, what? Whenever the Psychic heals themselves or another character with a psychic power or an effect applied by a psychic power, this healing can critically heal. Not too worried about that. Whenever an effect applied by the Psyker increases damage suffered by the target, the effect is increased by half. Oh, half of the increase. Okay. Corpus. We're taking corpus. That's just happening. Willpower and probably weapon skill for you. The weapon skill's lower, so let's pop that up. Alright, what cool abilities do you have? 2 to 5 direct damage. Damage increased by 50% against Xenos. He is Auto Xenos for by 100% against Chaos Worshippers and Drukhari, Dark Eldar. 150% against demons, and by 50% again if the enemy is already damaged. The Psyker or any of the Psyker's allies this combat. These damage bonuses also affect any damage bonuses from other sources. Fuck, that's insane. Okay, well that's getting added to favorites. Unavailable required words of the Emperor. Not sure on that one. Till the start of Psyker's next turn, all allies affected by Word of the Emperor increase their deflection by 1. Word of the Emperor. I don't have Word of the Emperor. Is it just one of his normal abilities? Divination spell, specializing in cleaning future. We've already got a diviner. We've already got that. Telepaths are psychers whose mental expertise lies in contacting and controlling the minds of others. Yes, please. At the end of combat, all targets within the area suffer 5 penalty. Yes, please. That's for us. Yes, please. Till the end of combat, the target recovers 2 wounds at the beginning of each of their turns and removes 1 toxin or other effect. If the target has several, the effect is removed randomly. Target ally immediately gains an extra turn with twice the number of normal MP and 0 Psyker rating AP. But their body is subjected to severe stress, making them suffer 5% of their maximum wounds at the end of the turn until the end of combat. Every action the target makes during this extra turn will also... No, fuck that. That's crazy. Until the end of combat, the target and ally increases their MP by 3, their agility by 5, and their AP by 1. That's a Majoris, though. Okay. I mean, I think we take Purge Soul this time. What do we have in Warp Lore? Idria at 60. Law Xenos makes sense for you. But I think we want to get your strength characteristic up at first. And your weapon skill is now 50 versus 50. This gives it plus 5. That. Take all of these on favorite. And we'll take Minoris for now. Then we'll take Xenos, because there's nothing else really interesting there. Oh no, athletics we need. Psycho Majoris. Character level is 19. Or character level is 14 if you're a sanctioned Psyker. Okay, that's kind of cool. Like Sanguine Conversion, then. Okay, movement points at the end of the turn. The warrior does not provoke attack of opportunity. Keep them moving. And bum. I see current party of the same archetype. Imperial World characters gain 10% critical hit and 10% armor against Xenos and demonic creatures. The allies gain half the bonus to No Heresy. However, Imperial World characters Law Xenos and Law Warp are always 0. Gains inscribed soul. It costs no AP but deals direct damage to the psychic. No. Whenever the Psyker uses a damaging psychic power on a target that is 6 or cells further, the target suffers an additional 3, maybe. More range is good. Psyker can use a damaging power while being threatened by enemies in melee without provoking attack of opportunity. He is a melee, so let's take that. Then we want willpower. And that brings him up to date. Cool. Yes, we are all humans so far. 1 Psyker Inquisitorial, 1 Psyker Sanctioned, 1 Tech Priest, and 3 normal humans. Okay, right. Well, first thing we need to do is sort our formation out. Because at the moment, that is now not going to work. But you two at the front will fill that in nicely. Fighter's body is still warm. He only bled to death a few minutes ago. Oh, I should check his equipment as well, shouldn't I? The hard, uncomfortable Somno meditation bed is equipped with neural ports to connect the sleeper to the monastery's cogitation network. Work while you sleep, motherfuckers. Nice. I'm going to drop that and that in, actually. And let's head into the character screen. Right, what do you got? Standard Imperial armor. You have a Psych Staff with Siphon Life. Auto Pistol and a Force Sword. Okay. Did we equip you with that better armor? We didn't, did we? He's already on medium, so that's better for him. Can't wear the helmet. Whenever the wearer kills 2 or more enemies in a single attack, the attack does not spend all of the wearer's MP. Doesn't for us anyway, so that's probably actually better for you then. You're the only one likely to kill 2 in a single now. You could take grenades, so we'll do that. Cool. Your toughness is 70, your weapon skill is 45. Your toughness is 35, your weapon skill is 50. So yeah, we need your weapon skill up. Your will is 50, so she's better on that. Oh. What's that? Symbol of the Omnissiah is inscribed in the wall with grooves of electric discharges fanning out from if it was a river. There's no other information on that.
I always keep my options open.
Did we miss one? As soon as I knew that as soon as I tried to step there, that was going to go. Right, so we need to work out this him. If he doesn't know it, I don't know who will. Alive, though unconscious. Let us sing this canticle to the motive force. Verse 2, let us fill our souls with gratitude towards... I guess we just have to go through them then. Oh, that's going to take forever. What's the name of it? The Hymn of... Galvanic Hymn. First Galvanic Hymn. Order is 254 based on typical dialogue loadout, so it was Omnissiah. It was that one. It was the Arcane Key. Okay. And then it was the Immortal Reason. I literally got one of them wrong on my first try. God damn it. Verily so. A pilgrim who has learned our ways is worthy of the gifts of the enlightened. Oh. Oh, I thought we needed this to progress. Another arc rifle, which is identical to what you've got. Grants 15% critical hit chance to ranged attacks against enemies at a half health or less. Nice. May as well pop that on you then. Okay, so I actually don't know where to go now. I must be missing a door somewhere. Are we meant to be leaving? Reach the reactor.
I always have a backup plan.
Ah, okay, right. This now activates. Circularly cogitating, the Electropriest's hiding place must be nearby. Machine Alter accepts the contact circuit requisition. Ooh, hello. Da-na-na-na. Evening, chaps. Dar Impulse the Fourth. Right, well, if you're not gonna... I mean, I should probably select you first. There you go. I wasn't sure if it was going to kick a fight off or not. A shortest, muscular man wearing the scarlet colours of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles of his cheeks and forehead point to the propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger. But right now he is showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos, or electus, show through his oddly bluish tinted skin. A tight bandage covers the man's eyes, yet he turns his face straight towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice not unlike a bird cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Make the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor protects. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The hollowed electrodynamic cenobium receives you. I am Dar Impulse the Sixth, a servant of the motive force and the praetor electroid of this sacred monastery. Pascal bows humbly before the man. A trill of bineric singles from his vox, to which the praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of praetor electroid is a sign of high standing with the Electro-Priest fraternity. You have been granted an audience is a great honor. You have the honor of hosting the rogue trader of House von Valancius. I urge you to follow proper etiquette when interacting with the eminent bearer of the sacred warrant. Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles, for your path here is sprayed with the blood of desiccators." Why are you calling me a pilgrim? What happened here and how have you managed to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon the cenobium, we gave battle, but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defenders' sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's sacred chambers. Upon taking refuge here, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat. But the task of taking back our abode still lay before us. I must commend the skill in which your secret chamber was concealed. A tinge of wounded pride in Henrix's words, as if she is upset about failing to discover the Electro-Priest shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There is no point in losing more lives in a massacre that the cultists wrought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the ark wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor, the MFR. All capitalized. She's trying to desecrate the holy rite of operation with her unholy litanies, so that the relic may be corrupted, and the world of Rykad Minoris may perish in a fount of fire. But my brethren in the magnetic mediation are hampering her efforts by chanting access requests, prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. This holy place may be protected against must be protected against sacrilegious practices. I'm not involved here, fuck it. Oh, okay, you're gonna play me my own game, roger that. I wish to get to the holy reactor. That's kind of easy. The Ark is hidden from pilgrims' eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to the monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the High Reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open the secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that may refrain you, so that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. Okay. May the charge of the Omnissiah's grace persist in the batteries of the faithful. Gimme. More tech ops. Okay, so this looks to be a dead end. That. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask, yet the voice pouring out beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, sombre bass of a void wolf. A border of ships. How predictable your path is, how static. All the possible deaths you have skirted only to perish here, in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. The woman turns her mask on Pascal and gloats. You have arrived just in time, little cog. The schismatical's use of your regala like a mask to subdue your reactor. A cog, I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust, I will build order. Fuck, alright, throw down. Pascal got fucking moves. Pascal, announce my arrival. No. What a talented enemy. Can you do the governor's voice? Step away from the sacred reactor, and I might allow you to surrender. Surrender? The gall of it all. You are chained to the falsehoods of the dead god's religion. I'm assuming that's the Emperor, yeah. Captives do not take captives. The woman's voice breaks and shifts into a different pitch and timbre. A martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking at the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to do when it walks in. A blind slave is what is gone. A faithful servant is what is to come. Or a corpse. It would take time to rest you the details of the future that the cult prophesizes. Hopefully, when we're done, what's left of you will be capable of coherent speech. What you'll be is a living torch blazing in his glory. She's really annoyed about it, isn't she? I will rid Rykad Minaris of your tyranny. Execute them in the name of the Edge of Daybreak. The Electro Priests rip their hands off the command panels, rending their flesh on the stakes that pierce them, as their schismatical controlled bodies are imbued with the motive force's radiance. All the unfortunate can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in Gothic. Willpower, nice. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name of the heretic keeps repeating, the Edge of Daybreak. It digs into your hearing like a blade into the defenseless flesh. Its sound is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind. You get for having two psychers with me. You should yeet a grenade at me. Okay, right. We have a lot of enemies here. Okay, Idra. Get in cover there. You can go there. I will arguably team up with Idra. There seems like a weirdly good place to go. I may need to... Oh, I've got a long way to go before I move. If I go there, I could get absolutely wrecked. So let's go there. You, however... Oh, you can't. You're on the wrong side. You can go there. And we'll just melee that side into the ground. Which means you... go there. And you... there. No, it might need a gun. Oh, we can't get a gunner on that side, can we? No, it's fine. Start. Rounds until the reactor explodes. Fuck. Shit. Okay, in which case... Ow. Go over there. Command.
It's as good as done.
Give you extra stats. Give you extra turn. Give me dodge. Burn. Motherfucker. Give movement to you. Hello. Can I not stop that? Oh shit, there's so much.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Bring ruin.
I will do my duty. One fewer target.
Haha, fuck you.
Running by Eric Override.
Shocked idiot. He's going to be a pain in the arse to kill, isn't he? Right, so what have you got? Ward of the Emperor. All allies in a circle with the 5-star raiders gain 1 resolve until the end of combat. Every additional stack of this effect increases the resolve bonus by +2. Target gains 14 strength and toughness until the end of combat. Till the warrior's next turn, they gain deflection. Right, so I think what we want to do... Shit, it's going to take my... Out. Stop the reactors is my question.
I serve the ruinous power.
Killed his own man.
Chaos guides me.
It's got to be killing the electro priests. That's got to increase the amount of time, right? Can hit you. You get dodge. You get exploit.
On it.
You burn in holy fire, motherfucker. Double kill. Give yourself dodge. I didn't actually do anything.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
Got it. Nice. Shit. That's fine. I can do it there. What happens if I just gun into that? Nothing. Shit. Ah, it is. It is them. It must just be that a round went down as I killed it and the round went up. Okay. Okay, that is fine. Eric, my frail organics. Nothing else you can do. What did that do? +1 resolve. And resolve is momentum gained. Okay, yes, we want to be stacking that realistically. Nice. Ah, shit, healed himself. Remove all exploits from the target. Remove its dodge, parry, and armor by 15 plus exploits removed times 2. So 15, 16, 17, 18 times 2. 18, 36% until the start of the operative's next turn. 17 to 32. Ooh, oh yeah, can't hurt with that, can I? So let's try it. Remove that. Oh, that did actually help.
Let's make some opportunities.
You had your stats buffed, you have. You haven't. Enjoy. Can't use that on you because you've just had it last turn. That is a 95% chance to kill. Versus some shite. Sit down. There's no way that's going to hit. Alright. Call me out like that, why don't you? Damn, fucked up. You, I'm your target. Right, so what have we got? Cleave is 11, 11. Three to 8. 12 to 12. That is a guaranteed, but it really does mess up our veil degradation. I don't think we particularly need it. If I go here, hit you, that is a guaranteed bleed over of at least 1 damage to you. That is a guaranteed bleed over of at least 6 damage to you. You are already exploited. Can I exploit you from the back there? No. I think we do that.
Was that you? Or
Nice.
what, of course.
Go Gadget Psycho. Damn, she's out of range. I don't think I've got line of sight on anybody here. No. It worked once. Try it again.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Get from there. Right.
It will be done. Victory is imminent.
Well, this has worked alarmingly well. That's 5 to 11. Not much better. Makes sense, to be fair. Cleave. Psychic Force. Special attack that counts as a major psychic power. Deals an additional 2 times psi rating plus weapon efficiency bonus damage, but may trigger psychic phenomenon and perils of the warp. It's a guaranteed kill on him, so let's do it. Fucking heretic. Get blowed up. That's fine. She's there to tank damage on the front lines. If I go there, I can hit you and you. So if I go there, give you that. Then that. Then blow you up. That's a lot of bleed over damage. She's such a powerhouse. And then give yourself the dodge. I don't think I'm going to get far enough. Question is, can I target myself? No. She's out of range. So, let's pop that on you.
Who, if not me?
We can then run into cover there.
I will not.
I don't know why I reloaded that. That was the wrong button. Right. I walk, I walk, I walk. Meow. Jesus. Enough. Now an aged, rattling voice speaks from behind the blood-stained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail. Psychiatrics, the Cicatrix Maledictum, a huge warp storm stretching across the galaxy, the result of a catastrophic rift in real space. Oh, that's the tear that happened from the Eye of Terror all the way across. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. A dagger flashes in her hand, and she drives it into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see it too. A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultist collapses. The light is gone. Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You will pay for this. You will. The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. Pascal examines the corpse with contempt and concludes dryly, confirming purgation and termination. Henrix glances in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. You have a diviner with you. Do an auto-seance. Risky, I understand, but with the two of you, it should be more than possible. Henrix approaches Aurora's body and leans over it. A minute, please, Althea. I need no more than a minute. Inspect the control panel damage. Yes. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and towards the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be a lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with a strange adornment resembling an eye covered by a scaled lid. What remains of the blade is blue in sheen. The same tint that Kunran's weapon during the mutiny on your void ship. This is no human-made object. It is grown from wraith bone, a material of the Eldari. The Eldar. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together, and individual words start to distort, as though they are mocking your attempts to grasp their meaning. The nagging whisper is like the burning red scratch of an unholy claw on your mind. Toss the shard into the depths of the reactor. Fuck it, yeah, let's get rid of that shit. And no more of this fucking warp shit in my head. Yeet! As you touch the handguard, an otherworldly cold envelops your hand, only for a mere instant, as if for the very next second you send the corrupted weapon flying into the shining abyss. The terrible wail of several dozen voices pierces your mind for a moment, only to turn into a deafening shriek and break off as a clap of electricity is heard somewhere beneath your feet. Was that? You think it's a good idea to throw something into the reactor? I'd refrain from such experiments if I were you. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Ordos, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from your requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I am ready to come aboard your ship and head to Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you do not have other business in the system. In which case, I am prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Remove the mask. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impassable. To make out the darkness behind the bars of her mask. But after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if, for a moment, you saw something move. Let's finish cleansing the monastery. Let the Omnissiah-given motive force flow through all obstacles in its path be eradicated. Let's do it! Okie dokie. Right. You do have loot. That is an Avenger's Gauntlet. All attacks of opportunity deal an additional 3 damage. And a Blasphemous Prism. A glass prism created by the cultists of the Final Dawn. It belonged to their leader, Aurora. If you look through it long enough, your vision begins to deceive your mind, showing you what could be instead of what is. Yeah, we'll just keep that. That's probably fine, right? Nothing new there. Nothing new there. Need to bring the team with, just in case there's any secrets. I thought the Electro Priests might have had some cool stuff, but I guess not. I mean, they don't even seem to have any loot on them like the other ones, which is kind of annoying. Okay, well, we got a lot of Imperial Guard uniforms and such. Right. A guarded shuttle is ready to transport Lord Captain to the Void Ship. I say, is that nothing? Definitely looked like something.
Money to be made.
Ah! Hello, electrodynamic Cenobium greets its savior. Much happier if you're rewarded with savior. Actually, we need to have a look through our new equipment. I mean, that's got to be for you, right? Whenever the wearer of these gloves injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain +1 bonus damage until the end of combat. Oh yeah, much better. Let's not prep for failure. Have you got any gloves on? Sure, you can have some gloves. You're our kind of glass cannon. If you go down, it makes us all better. Open the gate! Is that the gate that we went in, or the gate that we went out, or... Hello? Oh, this is just one of those look-around things, isn't it? Yeah. Right, return to the Void Ship. Well, that was fun.
Rogue Trader. I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time.
Damn right.
Unfortunately, my personal investigation has hit a dead end. I think I will have to call upon outside resources to continue the search.
I have something to confess. I discovered some kind of chaos artifact in the Cogitator, so I deemed it necessary to dispose of it.
What? All right. All right. At the very least, the object of corruption, if that is indeed what it was, has been destroyed. This is a satisfactory outcome.
You've just made yourself a really sus person in his eyes.
There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Be honest, is this some kind of tracking device?
Certainly not. The Elucidator is such a rare and complex creation of the Omnissiah that neither I nor any of my colleagues would dream of compromising its integrity. If you wish, have your tech priests confirm that there are no listening devices inside.
Inquisitor will remember this. Harris cuts you a glance, one which you suddenly realize is charged with a strange, almost personal interest, before deferentially averting his gaze.
Apologies in advance if I unknowingly violate the protocol for conversing with someone of your elevated status. I think a slip in composure is to be expected when one is hosted personally in the Lord Captain's study.
No less disconcerting for me. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally talking to an Inquisitor. Well, an interrogator in this case.
After serving in the Holy Ordos all these years, I'm used to people being wary of me.
A little more in my pious trepidation will turn into something much less seemly. Can I blame the Imperial citizens for fearing the Inquisition?
Such a fear sometimes indicates that a person has something to hide. Lack of guilt proves nothing. Even thoughts can be dangerous heresy.
That is a reference to one of my favourite Warhammer books, titled Innocence Proves Nothing. One of the Inquisition's mottos. What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
What do you think will become of the electrodynamic Cenobium?
It all depends on the electro-priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
I forgot to go back and check that. Tech Priest. Emnix is about to say something else when he's interrupted by the sound of a Vox signal. Someone is trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Congratulations on the victory, your ladyship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumor about you not simply saving the Tech Priest monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny, are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Medina is waiting for you in the command center to discuss matters, but I ask that you delay the visit and turn your gaze to the Navis Nobilite station instead. We are in desperate need of a new navigator, but all our communication requests are being ignored. I do not see how anything other than a personal visit from a woman of your stature can convince the representatives of the Navis Nobilite to break their silence. Now, if we're talking about interrogators and inquisitors being one of the few people in the entire galaxy who can command me, the Navis Nobilite are definitely one of the others. Hey, Grump. How's it going? Right. That's... yeah. Oh, it's me. I have the las gun. I was looking for the person who had the las gun. But it's me. Oh, no, I've got a sniper rifle. That makes more sense. Right. Ward's over there. What is this? You directly feed to the engine seer's decks.
Lord Captain.
Nothing new from you.
Lord Captain.
Nothing from you.
Greetings.
You. Nor you. So when do I get to sell stuff? My retinue and I are in need of training. Show you to the sparring chambers. Oh shit, we can just go fight. Kinda cool. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. Rest assured, there are people with the most outstanding talents among the thousands of your crew. I will contact the overseers at once. Oh, I can just build a custom character to have with me. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, okay. That's... I'm not actually going to build anything here. I'm just going to have a look through. So if someone dies, we can just be like, yep, cool, replaced. No, that's awesome. I approve of that. Such a cool way of doing things. I'd like to replace the painting of the late Theodore in my chambers. Hang my portrait instead. Okay. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Who interests you exactly? Most of the followers of Saint Drusus and Explorators and Casbalica Mission, or Emperor Forgive as the Fellowships of the Void. Saint Drusus. Still hope to bring Coronis Expanse into the warm embrace of the faith, just as the flock hopes to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign of the rogue trader herself believes in the sect's future success. Revered Hiram... Sure, is the first among the Drusians, and is most seen in football's grand atrium, a gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Members of the Explorer's Cognisance fleet, which have been roaming the Coronis Expanse for a good while now, Omnisoya knows what they are hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tackling down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf, and be found at the docks on Footfall. Masters of the Cold Trade, immoral criminals and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of a mafia gang that has taken root in the Calaxis sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladimir Tokara, who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of rogue trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you. Another of the Emperor's anointed if you wish to talk. Look for him at the Liege's Palace on Footfall. A pompous name, is it not? Truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there is always the risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead, but so far our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Riser Calvaria speaks for the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus... I don't know that one. I don't know what... anything with the Adeptus in the front, I'm usually pretty good of. Amasecus. I don't know that one. To profit from them. Of course, most of the things we find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader herself. Drusian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Casbalka dealers and explorators, none will refuse our help in these dark and trying times. And there may come a time when we shall be the one requiring aid. It would be beneficial to have allies waiting. Cool. Awesome. Thank you very much. That was actually genuinely really helpful. Right. I guess we've got a little bit of time left to have another crack. So, I was going to hunt down the ship. I was going to go for that. What's New Blood? Who suffered losses during the cultist raids? Well, it would be silly for me to fly all the way across the system just to come back here later. So I'm going to head back down and head to the Governor's Palace. Why are you all listed as 10? Is that just your levels? Okay. Right, Governor Fucker. How do I know? Wow, I am nowhere near leveling up Iconoclast. Okay, so it actually was kind of important to really go into them. How do I know how much experience next level? Here we go. Current experience, current required for next. Experience needed to advance. Okay, so this is a total increase situation. It's not like you need 100 to get to level 1, and then it resets you to 0, and it's 250 to get to 2. This is 100 to get to 1, 50 to get to 2, 100 to get to 3, 200, and it totals up, essentially. So I was wondering, like, how much experience is 7? You know, you do one of the tech things, and it's like, you gain 7 experience from conversation. Well, actually, 7's not bad. 7's a reasonable amount. Motherfucker, how's things going? How's the doggo treating you? Greetings, your ladyship. Master von Kallux, it pleases me to see you in good health. I hope that you accomplished what you intended at the electrodynamic Cenobium. Not quite. Nice. I can't express how grateful I am for your help. Now that the insidious heretics' designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of our plans or yours. With Aurora dead, the spirit of revolt is waning. Entire squads of rebels are surrendering. We are witnessing the final days of the uprising. I have already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first-class Voidfarers to you. A transfer to your ship can begin any minute now. Nice. I would also like to salute the savior of Rykad Minoris, and have already given the order for a celebration to be held in your honor. We will mark your victory with an ancient custom, the Triumph. You will drive through the city streets, accompanied by a guard of honor, as befits a heroine who has vanquished the Imperium's enemies. While your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowd, let me know once you have concluded your business in this system and are ready for the Triumph to begin. Okay? In regards to your own participation in the Triumph, Governor, you will accompany us to the starport to provide timely answers to any questions that may occur to me as I inspect the terminal there. That being said, you should appear before your subjects at least once at the end of the ceremony. Doing so will help to maintain order. There is no reason to let people know that this world may be in for a change of leadership. Oh, for Grok's sake. Groks. A large semi-domesticated reptile. Groks are most commonly bred as livestock, or used for beasts of burden. Lord Captain, I can't see a thing. Only darkness. Pitch black darkness. Are you being facetious, ma'am? Martyr's blood. Tell me this is just the hysterical outburst on your companion's part. Another prophecy? I have no idea. Darkness just envelops me. Bam. Like some kind of veil. Don't say the words. Do not, for the love of God, say the words, shadow in the warp. Darkness that I can see. It's the only thing I see. I have no idea what that means, but the whole thing reeks, Lord Captain. I do not like the look of this. Oh, it's gone. You have no doubt been through a lot lately, ma'am. Small wonder your vision had a dim spell with all the shooting everywhere, let alone all these maimed and maddening insurgents. You will be all right. The festivities will distract you, and you will feel right as rain. Glad to hear it. That is quite enough mad ramblings and eye problems for one day. I have other business in system. Don't delay. And I don't delay you any further. Okay, cool. Is there anything else down here to do? Taste of victory. Dealt with. Guide. Void ship needs a new navigator. That's probably where we're going next. Powerful warp entity promised the rogue trader might. Equals to the Navis nobility. Taste of victory. Okay, cool. So yes, the next one is the navigator. Agent of the Golden Throne, interrogator of the Ordo Xenos, right hand of Lord Inquisitor Xavier. Right. So we've got 3 locations but no quests. So. Meow. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. It's pandemonium outside the bridge's gate. One of the officers seemed to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wersian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Okay. That's cool. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice is loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak with the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant, you may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb her. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a high-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrilla Vent, requesting permission to speak on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. I will listen to what you have to say. I will not tolerate this kind. I will listen to what I will hear you speak, but I will hear a report, not a shouting match. I am sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times called for drastic measures. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Abelard is in no hurry to intervene. Lets out a skeptical huff and glances at Sauerbach, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to intervene. The actions of Senchal Wersirian... Sorry. I urge you to investigate the actions of Senchal Wersinian and to intervene in what is happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Where does he come into this? I shall explain. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry. Since my competence is under scrutiny, I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way of things on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that I have always handled internal problems myself. So, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding in the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. As long as I live, no one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Volantius will find refuge on her ship. You are far too heavy-handed. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven people to the brink. Now there is a strike on the lower decks in Depot 4. To be precise, 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate to an all-out insurrection. But when I report my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit to crush the strike with maximum force. Yeah, I kind of really need to know that kind of shit, mate. I would not deem it a problem worthy of a rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish a workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that the rogue trader, if they address the malcontents directly, she will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your ladyship, sending a hit squad to crush a rebellion as a means of ignoring the problem, it's not solving it. Situation could boil over any minute. I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tension between enforcers and workers to a head. But Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command. You're new. Shipboard enforcer. And realise that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. She bows her head to Adelar's direction, however a moment later a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Wersinian's opinion on the fate of Deck 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mistress Saulbach, I see you have decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behaviour does you no credit. Signed you out from your peers in a way. Lord Captain, I swear that Seneschal Wersinian has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions, although he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him, and while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know of at least a dozen fine officers whom Seneschal keeps in his sights to ensure that they continue to strive. To prepare new generations of the dynasty's servants, to instruct them, and to separate those with potential from those who exhausted it. That is my duty as Seneschal. The ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on this bridge right now is a student of mine at one point. Explain yourself. Ship's regulations state that the Master-at-Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers, and yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Wersinian's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your ladyship's servants. Today an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master-at-Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow they will go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's order. I notice a pattern in these actions. To respond? Can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I would overrule their order, or show favoritism to those who merited none? None, Seneschal, for there have been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honour with blood. Your conduct in this regard has always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their senses of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity, makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order. Evidently my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame. I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions yourself, I have no objection. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower deck, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. Trust but verify. Fuck it. Don't preserve you, Lord Captain. Thank you for your support. That's not what I said, woman. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. That was always going to be the case. I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which led to you and your Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot 4 myself and see the expedient resolution. Yep, again, that was always going to be the case. Oh, we're going to get a fight. We're going to get in a fight. Okay. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all of the locals with servitors. People dead, disrespect, so let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. Didn't can be seen beyond the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it. Okay. How do I interact with the valve? You say that, but I can't. I have to do them in a specific order, maybe?
Let us not dawdle.
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
To verify if you're any good at your job, my
Relax,
friend.
old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
We are in the wrong formation. Why are you there? Sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avilevent is on the ship's enforcers, barring the path of his superior, Master-at-Arms Sourback, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and has now reached a boiling point. My patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order, now get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order. This is my deck and my sector. As long as it remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken here without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The First Officer, the Rogue Trader, and the Emperor himself. Not all my lessons fell on deaf ears. Your Ladyship. No, don't open fire. I want to speak with them. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. I'm guessing that's just the way they came in. I want to know how to deal with these vents. This is really infuriating. It's like, oh yeah, go in here. But, okay, love to. Can't. They're not interactable. Steal shit. Not really stealing, because everything on this ship is mine. Why have they all got taunt symbol above their head? No idea. No idea. Can't interact with those vents. Can't see any way to turn them on. A dozen pair of eyes stare apprehensively at you. People before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks, who take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange, to the outright grotesque. A whisper passes through the crowd, and they detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd. An elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. Why are you striking? That's news to us, your ladyship. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet. Here is the deal, your ladyship. Ooh, that was the wrong tone. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating for whole bays a week at a time. So we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you can see the sadness well in her eyes as the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem for and makes the sign of the Quiller. It's true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships, and has no fellow feelings towards us. Your ladyship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly. Okay, so there was a strike then. And now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. I was told you found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there may be heretics hiding among you. Cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard. If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said that they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the body. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tread the decks with those boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots were really fine. And there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working we bow down before the machine spirit, to the large and the small transformers of the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by the tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your ladyship, we are people of faith. I confirm the information regarding the proper tending of the machine spirits in this sector. Servitors indicate that these commoners are performing the sacraments they are permitted to know. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I had my 3rd little one. That's regrettable. But you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down upon himself and his neighbours? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy of and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. The rabble understands only one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the labourers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. The peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, and the need for punitive measures will disappear. You look at this. The Exalted Lord Captain herself is asking us bilge-rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers and quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Yeah, no. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. Gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower deck live without the enforcers breathing down our necks. They'll probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do you need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbours out of stupidity or drunkenness. Right, Stagger, you're in charge. You are in charge from now on. Old Nan can fuck off. She's got no sense. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop harassing us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultist bodies, and we'll talk to them, one lower decker to another. If there's any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan. I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns her back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared speak out. The tall warrior's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to argue, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Ooh, what options have we got? Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Without those... withdraw those demands, and I will consider the rest. Old Nan, listen. The Lord Captain herself has come down to us offering concessions, and I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to a rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for your stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old man. The three clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need that. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against two clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. Master at Arms, where do you stand? Give the rabble a grox and they'll take an agri world. Lord Captain, they only understand brute force. They interpret any concession as weakness. Giving them weapons and recalling the enforcers would be folly. It would only be a matter of time before we had a full-scale mutiny. Most of that's true. Abelard? The story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling, and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want. Even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, that does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. The fact they handed it over kind of leads that way, though. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far greater problem. I've seen it before. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and the whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife, which had grown through all of the rows of beds like a metal choking vine. So when it comes to scavengers, malcontents, strikers, or whatever they'll turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. I'm going to risk it. Leadership, thank you. Simply because Strager was talking sensibly. Old Nan's a coot. I don't give a crap what she says. Strager was talking sensibly. Rivet needs to be watched. He's sus. But he argued for no weapons. Someone who was planning heresy and rebellion probably wouldn't do that. Your Ladyship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Removed fuel and provisions. That's fine. Of course, your Ladyship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. Can I go and play with the valves now? Aha! Steam pressure from this pipe is close to maximum. However, it does not reach the bars at the other end. Okay, that's the first one done. Pages where it's fine. No, right. Okay, let's do this sensibly. Oh, literally can't. Okay. Rather than just turning them all.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Okay, so we need to go through. Excuse me while I just rob you peasants. Alright, which one of you cunts had a fucking access key? That's not on. Right, there was one here. That one's done. Nothing happened. Okay, turned that one. Nothing happened. So it's a matter of finding the right order. Tech priest. 3 multi-keys and a shit ton of grenades. Okay, so you were hiding munitions down here already. Old man can get fucked. Cool, right. I think we are good to go. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you, Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Well, are you pleased with your investigation? You kowtowed to the disorderly rabble. You believe their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, the rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak havoc, whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valencia's protectorate? Yeah, fuck you. I am obliged to speak thus. Who else can point out the errors and offer you counsel? You're not pointing out errors, you're pointing out opinions. Talk about your role in this instead. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Remember, Lord Captain Theodora, do you think she ever set one slippered foot in the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to the grand designs of the Protectorate, and as any true strategist and rogue trader would. Yeah, if it hadn't spiraled out of control, I wouldn't have had to. You're right. At least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of the Von Valencia's protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision in my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. Their creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I came from a long line of officers, and I embarked on this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, on the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulder. But then suddenly everything that had been built over the years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrays us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planet. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come to a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that, I must insulate you from any problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out by the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. Accept it and start living in the new world, a world where Theodore is gone, where I have new decisions to make. The only person I value what they have created and trust the situation is an aberration in the ship's otherwise smooth operations. Since the established procedures are working, I see no reason to change them. Yeah, I'm going to go with this one. I've seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your judgment or your tried and tested procedure. No, that's a bit too far, actually. I was meaning more as a general crew rather than him, specifically. You need to learn to respect me. Yes, Lord Captain. Your resolve is admirable, and it demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment should my old habits begin to creep back in. And now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch her legs, there are far more suitable places.
I always keep my options open.
Tib. How's it going? How was the end? Don't think I wasn't watching. How did you find it? Yes, I know you were playing Final Fantasy Rebirth. I saw you get to the ending cutscene. What did you think? Got the level up, but we don't want to do that yet. That's the wrong way. I always go the wrong way. Right. To be fair, I think you've actually raided in at exactly the wrong time, because that is probably where I'm likely to call it myself. Beating that game hurt. Yeah, right? Both story-wise and accuracy to origin-wise, it was very, very strange. I quite liked it, though. I like everything about the remakes, except for the weapons. The weapons are... Honestly, I think the weapons have been ruined. I think I'm not one of these who's like, oh my god, they've destroyed Final Fantasy. But yeah, the weapons don't make sense to me. I hope that in Part 3, they make perfect sense and are cool again. But right now, don't understand the whale. Do not understand the whale. Right, unfortunately, yes, I need to honestly set it up so that towards the last half hour of the stream, we don't get any raids. I need to automate that. I can probably do that now. Actually, I'll do that as I finish it up. But yes, it has been a pleasure. We saved a world. We literally saved the world from a chaos invasion. How awesome are we? So, we will be back tomorrow. It will actually be the next stream, because I have no day shift stream tomorrow, as I have plans with some friends. But we will be back with Rogue Trader next. and we've got one more after that as well. So we've got a couple more sessions of Rogue Trader to do. Hopefully we'll get ourselves a Navigator. If the Navigator is combat worthy, they'll probably be a hell of a psyker, to be fair. So that could be quite interesting. I hope the devs are off what they were on for Rebirth and back on what they had for Remake for the third one. Now to mod the game for Murder. I haven't even started hard mode. I didn't want to do a second run of Rebirth until I'd done a hard mode run of Remake, and I am stuck on Remake on the PS4 fighting Simulation Bahamut. He is brutal. And I almost had him down, and then he did something that really, really hurt me, and I lost. So I need to go back and actually get the PC, run the PC version, and start from scratch and go through it, and kind of 100% it there. Because yeah, it does need to be done. I remember there was a trick for it, but I don't remember what it was. Yeah, it was don't stop moving ever, basically. The trick I saw was basically be Tiffer, never stop moving, limit break spam. It was just basically pummel him with fists. But so I didn't want to start hard mode on 2 until I'd beat 1. But what that means is that I've got to get 1 on PC, beat it again on hard mode, get 2 on PC, beat it again on hard mode. But I think what I'm likely to do is just beeline the story and then do the extra stuff on hard mode. There's a very important elemental materia combo that helps maybe. It's been way too long. Oh yeah, no, my combo is ready for it, I think. I know, for example, my Barrett is... Put it this way, Barrett's my healer, and he heals for free. And if it wasn't for Mega Flare, Bahamut couldn't kill me. I had a kind of cool build with Barrett. I'll have to go and look it up sometime. But yeah, so there's a lot of work to do there. Right, well, in the meantime, it has been a pleasure, folks. I am going to bail. Thank you very much for joining me tonight. I am going to send you all over to continue... Let's see, is it continuing the Warhammer? It is. I am going to continue the Warhammer, and we are going to send you over to see Mr. Kapak Amaru, who is painting some... Oh, he's doing his Chaos Dwarves at the moment, so we're jumping from 40k down to normal Warhammer. Give him some love. Hopefully I shall see you guys tomorrow. It's been a pleasure. Bye-bye.